Hello, everybody. Hi. I'll give everyone some time to get over here. Say hi in the comments if you're here. Hello. Friend. Hey, friend. Are you awake still? I think your text is wrong. Because I did, but now I'm going to go double check. Yep, it's monetized. Hello, Ashley. How are you today? Hello. Hi. You say it's only 8:30 for a bit, but you end up going to bed at like 10 anyways. Because you are welcome to come hang out with me, but if you want to go to bed early, not a big deal either. You can just hang out in the comments. Is anyone reading anything? I'm probably going to jump into a sprint really quickly just because I have food and I'm starving and I really want to eat. But we'll see. And I have fresh water. I'll send you a link and then you can decide because I don't care. I do not care. I guess it is your half day. Hello, how are you today? I'm reading The Cavern. I'm about to start it. I finished Into the Drowning Deep today, and I'm in like just the mood to be like creeped out by things, and I'm doing an underwater vlog anyways. So, I'm excited to read this. Actually, should means I should go get my camera from upstairs. Forgot I need to vlog at some point. I'm currently watching Law & Order SVU, but I still need to finish Carol Hunt. Actually, I'm so excited to get your thoughts on the end of Carol Hunt. It's definitely like polarizing. Finish Carol Hunt, Ashley. Mel wants to know what you think. Finishing up Assassin's Fate tonight. Hold Me, End of an Era. You are gonna cry. I am still in Rain Wilds. You are going to cry. I'm not reading, but I'm working on prepping my novel. That's so fun. Ooh, a wild Mel.
Hello. Don't judge the hair.
Why it looks good. You see what mine looks like? Yours looks good.
Mine is clean. That's all it's got going for it.
Yeah, mine is not. I can remove this.
It was bad up until about 2 hours ago. So
no, it looks real nice. It looks smooth and silky.
thanks. This is what it looks like when I just dry it and do nothing else.
I like it.
Thanks. Thanks.
Hello, Jody. Oh, I see a blanket being worked on. I like that you're working on other new things instead of, and you're just like, fuck the genre blanket.
Yeah, I was too far behind. And I'll be honest, it was one of those situations where I laid it out flat, and I shouldn't have done that because then I could see every mistake, and I was like,
From the
"Oh, I
beginning.
was so bad when I started this,
Mhm.
and if I'm gonna commit to a year-long thing, I want it to look nice." So,
Fair.
um, yeah, now that I've actually gotten decent at it, it's fine because my edges are straight now.
Mhm. Mhm, mhm, mhm.
This one is it's called the Winter Bliss Throw. You can't tell on the camera, but it has, like, ridges and herringbone on it. It's cool. I like it.
You're getting good.
Yeah, I like to play with patterns, and I probably shouldn't because that results in some weird projects, but it's entertaining.
At least, like, you dropped your genre blanket, but just did like, you've been working on other things. I just dropped all the crocheting. I was like, "Mm-mm." But now we're back.
I didn't for a while because it got really hot, and it's hard to crochet when it's hot.
Hello, Tipsy Marissa.
But I'm in a sweatshirt. It's great.
I'm like, I'm always in a sweatshirt.
This is the first time it's been cool enough that I needed a sweatshirt outside to walk the dog, and it was glorious.
Oh, amazing.
So excited.
I'm always shocked that you don't wear sweatshirts inside, though. Like, air conditioning gets me so cold.
I do, but I don't like to pay for AC, and so I'll keep on like well, that won't make any sense to you, but I'll keep it warmer in the summer, and then I keep it freezing in the winter because I'm cheap. Um, and so I get hot in the summertime.
Fair. You got to finish it, Marissa. You should do it
Do
tipsy.
it. Do it.
You're also welcome, but I'm guessing you're tipsy and don't want to come on. But you are welcome. I
Deb,
should
are you
maybe.
gonna sleep ever? Is she here? Because she's in the Discord and I'm not sure she's ever sleeping. She and Bobby are getting up at 4 a.m. tomorrow to sprint.
Oh, Deb,
Yeah.
insane.
It's like my sprinting heroes.
I know they come to everything. Okay, well, I need to sprint because I'm really hungry and I'm just keep eating.
Cool.
When I should
I'm
just
gonna watch YouTube.
yes, love that. I actually probably will too because I'll be eating.
I DNF'd my book and no longer want to read. So there we go.
A mood. Okay, I'll see everyone in 45. Hello. You're muted, Mel. Okay. How did everybody do?
I talked to David.
I saw earlier. I was like, ooh, she's on a phone call.
Yeah. I figured now was a good time so he didn't call right in the middle of the chatty bit. That's what he usually does. He has like the sixth sense that he waits until there's 2 minutes left in the sprint and calls me.
Man.
It's his special skill.
Man. Nick does it too, but Nick now checks.
I need to teach David that. He doesn't even watch the channel. I need to be like, okay, this is when you check and this is when you check. If neither of these are live, you're good.
Yeah. Nick doesn't watch either really, but especially if I ignore his call, he'll go texting or something. But
the heck?
We had some friends join us. Hello, Deb. Hello, Clementine. Hello, Lindsay. Hello, Sammy. Hello.
All the hellos.
I actually need to go put this in our Discord. I realized I didn't put it in the late night crew.
Oh yeah, I forgot that too. I retweeted your tweet.
I probably should do that.
I just when I'm not reading in sprints, I just lose all faculty of what I'm supposed to do.
This is fair.
Also, I finally got a chance to go look at the next finalist, and I'm kind of sad. Not that it's not going to be a good book, but the other one just looked really good. I was like, man.
It is definitely one that I think I will like the least.
Yeah, and it's got an ugly cover. I don't want to buy it with an ugly cover.
I really debated getting the Kindle version, but I was like, no, I want to buy them all for the full.
I do too. But I looked at it and I was like, man, that's $15 for a really ugly cover. It's not even that ugly. It's just a white piece of paper.
I don't hate the cover. I hate the cover of the Grimdark, but I was rooting for the Grimdark.
I didn't mind that one's cover. Wait, which one? The one that was the runner-up or a different one?
No, the runner-up was just like a sword and sorcery type fantasy.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's a night one. It was black.
Oh,
that was the Grimdark that beat out Nomads.
Yeah. Because like I kept thinking that Nomads was in the like end running, and I was like, I don't see it.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. I'm gonna look and see at that cover again because I don't remember exactly what it looked like.
In the middle of chapter 31 of Carol Hunt, it was getting very intense right as the sprint ended. That's the worst, is when it's like so intense and you're like, I have to go chat now. I meant to join Becca's Patreon sprints today, like, and watch them, and then her timer kept going off, and I was like, I'm not willing to stop reading.
That's a good thing, though. That means you're enjoying your book. Yeah, that cover's terrible. You're right.
I picked up Night of the Mannequins. I made it to 40-ish%. Interested to hear your thoughts, Deb. I did not like that book at all.
I think Stephen Graham Jones is just one that I'm not gonna read. Like, I'm not even gonna try.
Yeah, I don't.
I tried the one that has the black cover.
The Only Good Indians?
Yes, I tried it. I got about 40 pages in. There was a dog scene and the writing style just was not working. And so I was like, I'm done.
Yeah, I tried Night of the Mannequins too. I mean, not tried. I tried that one too.
Yeah.
I just said the title and
get into it. Wait, did you go buy more romance? I thought you were just going to ignore those couple of rows.
Yeah, it went today.
I thought you were just going to ignore those rows.
I decided to ignore them for the time being, but I'm going back.
Okay.
Like, I ignored them yesterday. Today, they will not be ignored.
You were, like, solidly ignoring them, and then I realized that you went and got the color.
Well, I need the color anyways for later.
Fair.
Read 20 pages of Fugitive Telemetry. Finally have time to finish it tonight. Hope you can finish it.
I'm confused.
Maybe it will be a surprise fate. Rooting for the underdog doesn't help with the ugly cover, though.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's not bad. It's just not one that I necessarily want to display.
Yeah. Got to 70% of my cozy mystery. I hope you're enjoying it. It's perfect time to be cozy.
It is. I really want to try some good cozy mysteries, but I don't feel like there's many out there. I liked Finley, but That's it.
Did you watch any of Kayla's
Yeah,
videos?
there's been a couple. I don't know, I'm not big on the whole, like the theme of cozy mysteries is usually like food or renovation and I just don't like those things in books, not being
Yeah,
like the primary focus, and so I don't think cozy mysteries are ever gonna be a thing for me.
they're just not for you.
Mm-mm.
Watch Becca's new vlog. She's new vlog out.
She posted it at noon. It's her
Uh,
mood reading weekly vlog, so I don't know if you'll watch it because it's a weekly theme.
Depends what books are in it.
Dark Lover, um, she didn't really read much of Lotus, The Butcher and the Wren. I think it's just mostly The Butcher and the Wren and Dark Lover.
I'll probably put it on as like background stuff, but like I don't
Mhm.
really count that as watching. But I always
Yeah,
watch things.
she
I tend
talks
to watch
about
things
Lotus.
for like to give them
Yeah.
it, but maybe it'll surprise. Oh, I already read that. I'm reading The Forest of Hands and Teeth.
I
That
hope
sounds
you
cool.
enjoy
What's
it.
that
I've
about?
heard mixed things. It's an older horror.
I'm actually like really feeling the horror right now. I think it's because I'm pretty much reading like besides the clown books, I read solely like fantasy that was aimed for spooky season. I'm finally actually picking up horror books. I'm like, yes.
Send me the vibes because I'm losing steam.
All you read is like thrillers. And I think my horror books were books that I was actually like Into the Drowning Deep and The Cavern were books I really wanted to read, and they just happened to work for a theme. And same with like the clown books. Like I really wanted to read Clown in a Cornfield too.
Yeah.
All my fantasy books have been like your thriller books that have been where like there's one I kind of wanted to read, and then it just
Mhm.
turned into like let's make this a theme. And so I'm
Yep.
gonna get really quick on those.
I spoiler, I DNF the book that we were talking about. For now. I don't think it's a hard DNF, but
I don't remember what book it
when
was
you're reading or
right now.
will be reading. No, your library returned it.
Oh, you DNF'd it. How early on?
Pretty dang early. I just was bored. We
Oh,
were talking too much.
I've listened to a decent amount. I liked it, but
I like the writing style and I'd like the narrator. I think it's just one of those, like, I put it down for now
mhm.
and I know that I'm starting to burn out. I was like, slow and finding yourself story is not gonna work for me right now.
I think you should just mood read then.
You told me to the other one.
Yeah, but if you're really burning out, mood read anything you wanna read. Don't put any theme on it almost.
I don't know if I'm physically capable of that.
There, I feel that. Okay, I started reading a book the other day because it looked kind of okay thinking it was a standalone, then got hit with a bloody cliffhanger and read the
Oh
sequel and the same bloody thing
no.
happened. Oh no, that's the worst.
Wait, what book was it?
Turns out it's a trilogy. At least we only have one book left.
True, but now I wanna know what book it was.
This is for you, I think. Dial
Oh,
8.
no, I haven't. I will mental note that. Oh, look, there's multiple comments, so that means I definitely need to check that out.
Oh, Dial 8 for Aunties, what started my cozy love. Okay, wait, there's something on my wish list that I feel like screams like Finley vibes.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this cover. There's 2 of them. There's also one with glasses. It's like a blue cover. It looks like the Finley covers, honestly. And I don't remember the name of it now.
Honestly, I don't think that this is like cozy mystery, but like the vibes of it just for some reason remind me of when people describe what Finley's about. It's How to Kill Your Family by Bella
Mhm.
Mackie,
Mhm. Yeah, it's not a cozy, but I know what you're talking about.
but like gives me vibes.
Yeah.
Although I didn't really think Finley was cozy from what everyone said about it.
It's it has the cozy mystery formula,
Mhm.
but I don't know, it's not like a hard cozy, if that makes sense.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
It's just easy. Like, I listened to the whole thing on the way home from Orlando, and I was partially drowning out the silence, but I do wanna reread it at some point.
There, I
I
picked
have
it up.
all 3, so I might just do, like, a Finley Donovan vlog or something and binge them.
One up for $3 in a thrift store, so I own it.
Oh, nice.
Reading A Discovery of Witches. Are you liking it? Witches books perfect for October.
Mhm. And that one especially is like prime October read. Very vibes.
It's called
Oh yeah. I know the Mina and the Undead. Or oh no, it's a romance. Never mind. I completely just made up my own book. I'm sorry.
a mood, a vibe.
There's Mina and the Undead, and I just went straight for the spooky when I saw the Mila.
That's fair.
Ignore me. I'm sorry.
I started The Cavern. I'm 2 chapters in.
What do you think?
It's definitely like more like a proper creature feature.
Mm-hmm. A lot
Um,
less fancy.
with like, I think a problem for Into Drowning Deep calling it a creature feature is there's no like gory moments that like happen in a creature feature. Like I guess there kind of
Fair.
are, but it's too analytical.
Fair.
But so I'm excited to see this. Like this is very much prime shark movie.
Mm-hmm. I had a good time with it. It did give me Into the Drowning Deep vibes for the first half, and then Jaws for the second half.
I think I've
Definitely.
definitely read more books like this than you guys have.
Mm-hmm. You have for sure.
Because definitely like I now really want to see your thoughts on Slimer
Okay.
because
I mean, I'm interested in that one.
I wasn't sure you were gonna like it, but then I read like the first scene of the cavern, and I
Mm-hmm.
was like, okay, well if they liked this, then maybe like it's definitely more raunchy, but
It doesn't really bother me though. Have you ever read Infected?
no.
If you want to hear raunchy, that was written by a man in the 80s.
I mean,
Even my dad was like, "Oh, wow, this is bad B movie."
the Cotton Candy Massacre was like that, so
It's a this is like a horror sci-fi and it's oh my gosh,
yeah.
it's comical. It's so bad.
It's pretty good. I went on about the second one. Don't tell my husband. A mood.
I won't tell.
Yeah, your secret's safe with all of us. Oh, I have a Discovery which is on my TBR. Excited to read that one. Hoping to actually get to it this month.
I hope you enjoy it. The
Yes.
show's pretty good too. It's more angsty than the books, but it's good. I've only watched the first season, and then you had to pay for it, and it was cheap.
Fair. Or Discovery Witches 2 years ago. Still haven't picked up the sequel. Fair. Now my script has renewed, but I'm having to wait until I finish this book to be able to read the book I was wanting to read on there.
A mood.
I read A Dreadful Splendor earlier this month and gave all the spooky gothic mystery vibes.
I love it.
October's just a month of vibes.
It really is. It's been a very vibe month.
Yeah. I should sprint again. Because I do want to read, but I also want to get through this blanket.
Do you not have the audio for Cavern?
No.
I can't remember if I listened to it or read it.
I think
I
you
read it.
listened to it. I think you did Whisper Sync
Scribd.
for some reason.
Scribd had it.
Oh, yes. We should check.
You have Scribs.
Yeah, but I have Canadian Scribd.
Oh yeah. Stupid Canada.
They are not the same.
Stupid Canada. Yeah, we have it.
It is on here.
Ooh, you can audio and blanket.
I don't know if I want it, though. I
It
might
is a
audio
good physical read.
and read. Because I'm really in the mood to physically read lately. I don't know why.
Physically read then. Don't lose your momentum.
But like I also love having an audio, so I'm probably gonna do both. I did the audio for the cabin because for some reason my library had audio and not the ebook. This is really interesting because I remember when you guys read it, I couldn't get the audio.
They must have put it on there after the fact, I guess.
Mm.
Because it was on KU for me.
Yeah, like I can get it on KU.
Excuse me. Depending on how long your sprint is, I might disappear before the end.
That's fair. Would you like a shorter sprint or do you just want to disappear?
I mean, it's up to you. If you do 45 minutes, I will probably be like heading toward bed when the sprint ends. So, but it's up to you. It does not matter to me. I'm not reading, so I have no horse in this race. I'm
Eh,
just here to chat.
that's fair.
And
Do you want another well, maybe we'll chat for a little bit longer, do, like, a longer chat now, and then I'll do a 45-minute sprint, and then you can just head on out instead of, like, doing a short sprint and chatting afterwards.
yeah, sounds good. I still haven't watched House of the Dragon, so
Fair, you should do that.
I don't know if I have time tonight though.
Deb didn't have KU at the time.
Oh, okay. KU is something I hate paying for every month, but it's worth it.
KU is so worth it.
It's so worth it.
Especially, like, if you read a lot of, like, indie stuff, and
Mhm.
I honestly, like, wanna say I read a lot more indie than I think I do because almost all the dark romance I've read is
Yeah.
indie.
Mhm.
Most of the horror I read is indie.
Mhm.
So, and then with the fantasy indie on top of that, like, I get good use
Yep.
out of KO.
Same. I have like a whole KU list on Amazon so that I can keep track of them all.
Oh, that's kinda smart.
Otherwise, I just get lost and I forget that the obscure ones that I wanted to read. Because Goodreads is not good for that. I just forget it's there.
This is fair. I just kind of
Mm,
remember.
it's
I mean,
been
I
a
forget too, but I just feel like that's how I'm rolling right now. If I forget, I forget. If I remember, I remember.
fair. A mood. A mood. Sammy, it is 9:45, which doesn't seem that late, but I also have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, she gotta go up early in the morning.
Yeah, because tomorrow and from here on out are the hour drives. So, but that's okay. It's actually so far been fine because it gives me plenty of time to drink my coffee, and I've gotten so much reading done in a 2-hour commute instead of an hour commute.
Yeah, look at the bright side.
Yeah, it's fine. Tomorrow's gonna be a busy day though.
I made a KU TBR shelf on Goodreads. This is
This is
fair. I'm just always like wondering if like KU will change all the time too, which would annoy me if I thought it was on KU and then like didn't get it on a sale or something.
yeah. I like doing it on Amazon just for me because when you're on Amazon, you can see that it's KU, so it's easy to like go straight down and put it in a shelf.
Mm.
Whereas if I have a Goodreads shelf, then I have to go to a different site, and then I can't see actively on the list if it's still on KU or not. But if you use Goodreads and not Amazon wishlist, then I see why that works better for you. I guess it just depends. Mm, yeah, I mean, there's definitely more romance and fantasy romance, but there's a ton of really good horror and fantasy on KU lately. It's getting more like bigger. Yeah, I love a good wish list.
Wait, was this what you were replying to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think KU promotes its romance better. So
Hmm.
like when you sign up for KU, you see a lot of romance because I think that's what the majority of people read on it.
Yeah.
But the second I started, like when you start saving, like even if you aren't necessarily gonna read something, but like or like if you've already read The Cavern, if you save The Cavern onto your thing, you'll start getting more recommendations like The Cavern.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
and then you can like get rid of it after. But I've noticed like I get a lot of fantasy and romance recommendations on like my Kindle page.
Hmm.
Like it always recommends things to read instead of romance now. Like I still get romance because they promote their romance very heavily, but
They do.
I think it's just more hidden, the horror and the fantasy.
Agreed. Agreed. Have you read the oh crap, hang on, let me go find it because I don't remember the name of it. It's a fantasy horror that Library of a Viking promotes all the time. Hang on, it's like I think it's literally the last book on my KU wish list. And there's a lot of them. Wow, I forgot how many. Dreams of Dying or Dreams of the Dying.
No, I haven't.
It's long. It's like 700 and something pages. And apparently it deals a lot with like grief and mental health, but it's a horror fantasy.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
he was promoting it a lot not too long ago.
Um, Okay, books I keep meaning to read. Tomorrow's my day off, but I have to work this weekend. Hopefully I can stay awake and finish Carol Hunt tonight.
Whoop,
I'm really
whoop.
excited for your thoughts, so I hope you can stay
Yeah,
up.
me too. Put it in the Discord because I won't be awake.
It's definitely expanding more in other genres. Yeah,
Yeah.
um, definitely there's, like, reading indie fantasy has been popular for a while. Like, it is getting bigger, but it's not been as, like, taboo for a while, where I think,
Mhm,
like, indie horror and fantasy are having its moment right now. Like, I'm
mhm.
definitely seeing so many people pick up, like, indie horror, indie fantasy, and I think it'll keep going that way for, like, the next year or so, where you're gonna see a lot more.
I also feel like too, with fantasy, it's a lot easier to kind of do what you want. Like, I don't feel like publishers put as many regulations on what they consider mainstream appropriate, whereas on
Mhm.
romance, you see a ton of dark romance because that's the only way they can get that book published.
Agreed. The other reason I think you don't see as much indie romance and stuff, indie fantasy being read is it's easy to read like an indie romance and maybe not love it because it's so short. Where like with fantasy, it's like, do I want to spend 700 pages on a book that could be trash because it hasn't been vetted before?
Yep. Yup. Which has happened. We've been there.
Oh,
We've
I've
done
definitely
that.
been there. But I will say I've been there with books that have been vetted. So
A mood.
don't matter if it's
No.
indie or traditional, I still think some books are garbage.
Just because a bunch of people have laid eyes on it does not make it good.
Uh-huh. Or my taste.
Yeah. Yup. Yup, yup, yup.
Yep, 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 yep.
Ollie, are you literally, like, hugging that toy? He is.
Oh,
He's cute.
just want you with a toy.
We call it his Binky. They're all Christmas toys because I bought him a Halloween one with a witch's hat on it one year, and they don't make the Halloween ones anymore. They only make Christmas, and so we have year-round Christmas toys because
I
that's
love
all he'll play with.
it's so adorable.
We have a snowman. He's got it's reindeer tonight.
Oh,
He's a cutie. He gotta go to bed tomorrow.
oh no.
No, he's got a little spot on his back I'm worried about, so we can go get that looked at.
Mhm. Yes, I want someone trustworthy to recommend something if I'm
Yes,
gonna read 1,000 pages. Don't worry,
100%.
I will be the guinea pig.
We are fans of the DNF.
Yeah, we're definitely fans of the DNF, especially if it's on KU. KU
Yep,
makes it so easy to DNF and be guilt-free
yep.
because
And the
one,
author's still getting paid for the pages you did read, so it's not like they're not making any money.
already got money. I didn't have to buy it. Well, like, I
Yep.
technically bought it, I guess. I bought access to it, but I
Yeah.
didn't have to buy it. I don't have to put it on a shelf to be gotten rid of anywhere. I just undo.
Yep. I'm really excited to start the indie fantasy vlog.
Me too.
I think I'm just gonna make it this big long endeavor, and every time one comes through, try to read it and just vlog that piece and just make it a choppy little put together thing.
I love that. That'll work well.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have, um, no idea how I'm doing it.
I haven't fully decided yet because that seems like a lot of work to keep up with all of that footage and then, make it not 4 hours long, but, it may be a feature-length film and it may be okay.
I love a feature-length film. Yeah, I was planning on starting in
What about it?
November, but then I'm also planning on vlogging my readathon, my, like, Patreon readathon.
Mhm, mhm.
But then I was like, "Well, that takes a bunch of books, so, like, I won't have time to
Yeah,
do both?"
yeah.
So
Plus we
no.
only have 2 finalists, so
Well, they all come out by the end of this month.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, well, then I can binge them. For some reason in my brain, I was thinking I know that the final round takes several months, and I don't know why my brain was thinking they would just slowly continue to come out over several months.
This is the thing, I'm, like, unsure if I even wanna binge them yet because we still have 6 months.
Mhm. There's still plenty of time, and then you're like, "Well, what do I do with this? Because I wanna put it out closer to when the
So,
actual thing's gonna be announced."
it might be a later I might end up still reading some of the, like,
Mhm.
other ones, like, some of the semifinalists and be like, "Oh, can I trust this blog for what
Yeah.
they"
I'm
um
trying to decide too if I want to do my reaction to the winner at the end of the vlog or somehow separately, but I don't feel like that's enough to do it separately. I don't know. Thoughts?
Could do,
Thoughts for
like, a reaction later and then like do like a conversation on Spiffbo or something.
Yeah, that's true. I think there's 10.
There's 10. There's 10 blogs, so I believe there's 10. We only have 2 so far for Spiffbo.
The what thing that I'm confused about though is they read all 10 and then they pick their favorite of the 10, right?
No. They have
Or they read the 10 and I see that's the part I was a little confused on.
so they have like a overall how to score each book. Like
Yeah.
the um like Mark Lawrence as
Mhm.
Spiffbo
Yeah,
gives them like a scoring sheet. Like like
yeah,
a rubric in
a
school.
rubric.
So kind
Yeah,
of like
I
how
knew
Cop
that.
Pilot is. So you write like characters, all of that, and then they get a score out of 10. And so then
And
the
they
all of
put
them
all
read
that
all
together.
10 books, give each book their score,
It's
and
the
then
highest.
book with the overall best score.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I couldn't remember if it was that way or if I was like, I feel like there's a step that skipped.
So yeah, if you if you go read the blog post for the finalists that just came out, they essentially have a mini Spiffbo because they do it the
Mhm,
same way.
mhm, mhm.
And I thought it's really cool the way that's.
Yeah. I did he hasn't posted the rubric anywhere though.
I don't think so. It might have
I
been in
think
like past years. You could probably do
I
some
wanna see if
research.
I can find it because I feel like that would be interesting to use
Let's
in the
just
vlog.
message either in the India Accords or in Dom's group.
Tag me if you do, because
Um,
I feel
yeah,
like that would be a really cool way to do that vlog.
yeah. I know. I was trying to figure out how I was gonna do it too because I wanted that same idea of like how am I gonna rate these so that it stays like
Mhm.
perfect. And that's exactly why I like KU romance because I never reread romance. I hate buying them. If it's not in KU in my library, I have to really like the author, have started the series and love it. Yeah, that's fair.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna sprint.
Okay.
Um, Everyone say goodbye to Mel because she's probably gonna leave at some point during that sprint.
Yeah.
Oh, oh. Okay, I know this is random, but I hate that buying American sweets in the UK is so expensive.
Oh, no. Yeah, that is expensive.
Jody, no one likes candy corn anyways.
I do.
I saw that one coming.
This is mean.
Y'all can be friends together. You can have all the candy corn.
That's fine. It's just pure sugar.
Yeah. Okay, sprinting time.
Okay.
I will see you all in 45. Hi. Oh, hi, Cat. You. How you doing? What? Nikki doesn't want me to talk to you guys. How did everyone do? I am probably gonna do one more sprint, Krista, for sure. And also hello, Krista. My eyes are struggling to stay awake, but I only have like 10 pages and halfway in this book that I feel like I've been reading for weeks, so I've refused to sleep yet. That's a mood. I read 3 pages. My sister and me have been talking about trying boxing for a bit, and the boxing place had a sale. So we booked our first boxing class tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. And I'm terrified. I don't know what we got ourselves into, but we are not fit people. We are going to die, and my hands are going to be so bruised. I have such fragile hands. I'm so scared. It's going to be nerve-wracking. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do one more 30-minute sprint because I did want to get some reading done today, but I've done nothing. It really sucks, but I'm also really tired, so read 4 chapters of Black Sunshine by Karina Halley. I have 5 more chapters left. You're so close to the end, Sammy. Middle of chapter 35 of Caro Haunt. Are you still liking it? I just ask you every 5 seconds if you're liking it. I'm like that child that just won't leave you alone. I have 10 pages left in Fugitive Telemetry. Can't talk right now. Fair, fair. Keep reading. I hope you and your sister have fun. Oh, thank you. I hope we do too. I hope it's fun. I used to take bar classes and I really liked those, but the place I went to shut down during COVID and I couldn't find another place that I liked. So I'm hoping I like boxing. Maria, you're still at Barnes and Noble. Send me a haul afterwards. I guess it's only 8:30 for you. I just spent money on Amazon. I'm so naughty. Me a new standing chair. My phone, the candy corn fell in the basket. The Twizzlers did, and then I'm here for it. Get yourself some nasty candy corn, but I do like Twizzlers. Twizzlers are delicious. Yeah, they close at 9. So close. I got distracted by Instagram book family USPS delivery just finally came. Woohoo, let's go, finally. Boxing, otherwise known as legal fighting. I mean, we aren't hitting anybody. We're hitting a punching bag. Yes, I'm liking it. I'm getting a lot more creepy and mysterious the more you read. I can't wait to see how this ends, although I'm still nervous after your reaction. I still gave it a 3 stars, okay? I still liked it. I still enjoyed it, so I think you will. Are you ebooking it? The ebook and the audiobook have different endings, and I prefer the audiobook ending. Exactly. I like this. Eat all the candy corn so I don't have to. It is tough when things fall in your cart. Someone explain this to Nick. Things just fall into my cart sometimes. I used to do sprints at 7 o'clock all the time and go to like midnight, and I'm like, how did I do this? That's okay, just avoid the head. Yeah, using KU. Team audio ending. What books have different endings? We think people weren't happy with the ending in the ebook, and so the author changed a little bit. I think that newer versions of the ebook, I think it depends. I think someone read the ebook and had the same as the audiobook ending, so maybe it depends if your edition has been updated. I don't know. It's only 9:45 here. It's not that late. It's almost 1 a.m. for you. It's late for you. hope I read in the sprint. I'm getting tired though, but I also am waiting for Maria to come back so that she can be here. It is Deb, and the buy button hits itself. I'm reading Helldivers. Are you liking it? That's so bizarre. I've heard of US and UK books having different endings, people on, vacation being that. Yeah, it is so weird that, like, I don't know, but I guess it happens. I definitely get why it was changed. Like, the audiobook ending is much better than the ebook. It's almost 5 a.m. here. Yeah, you're just a trooper, Jody. No wonder things fell into your card. You have to reward yourself for being up at 5 a.m. It's okay so far. I've been in a reading slump. I hope you get out of your slump. Read something good. I'm really cold. I need like a cozy blanket. And yeah, I've never heard of that different endings. They're really similar, like essentially just like a couple lines have been changed. Um to make if you read it, you'll understand. But yeah. But why am I so cold? Agreed, but I wonder Deb, if like as the books get updated, if all of them will update, if that makes sense. It feels like the meme that says about someone wanting to write a book with 10 endings and just releasing it, and when people realize putting out a press release saying there's 11 endings and watching as Hal Briggs is trying to find the 11th. Yes, yes, it does. I'm trying to keep up with me. I got some young. I have Nonsense by Sabrina Carpenter stuck in my head. Got me talking nonsense. Butterflies in my stomach when you walked in. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. All around the clock. I'm talking. Hope nobody knocks. I'm talking. Wild, wild thoughts. You gonna keep up with me? I have some young energy. I got the LVE. How do you do this to me? Yeah, I'm completely nocturnal. I love it. I think Rye said she liked it. If she liked it, she meant by the physical copy. So I'm very curious if the physical copy matches one or the other. If it has a third ending, that would be funny. I'm gonna guess it matches the. I think if you get a new pub, it'll match the audio ending. I think it just depends what copy of a book you have. Hello. Would you like to be in the camera for everyone? He's so needy. A needy, needy kitty. I had my COVID booster on Monday and had the flu vaccine this coming, and I sound like a total walking side effect at the moment. Hi. No, 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 no. I'm knitting. You can't hang out on me. He needs to be drugged. Has the cat been drugged? I don't want you. Use this blanket. He's so needy. I used to be nocturnal, then I had kids, more specifically kids who have to be up for school. This is fair. Okay, let's do a sprint. I think I'm gonna do a 30-minute sprint and see how I feel afterwards. I'll probably keep going knowing myself, but we'll see how tired I get. I will see you all in 30 minutes. Hello. I forgot I moved that to be comfy. Maria has made it home. And good morning. I'm gonna do one more. For sure. I'm definitely gonna do another 30. I'm interested in the book. So I'm gonna do another. Read about 15 pages. I read a little bit. I didn't read too much because we drugged the cat. I feel like a crazy person every time I talk about drugging the cat. Um, I have to get up early tomorrow to go boxing, but I think I can do another one at least, maybe two. We'll see. Oh, I can put my currently reading back on. You're getting to the good stuff. So happy you're doing another. It's so late for you, and I love that you're like, "I'm happy you're sprinting even though it's 2 a.m." Do 2 more to make it even. Fair, fair. I mean, early is relative. I don't have to get up that early. I have to be at the boxing studio for 9, and it's about 20 minutes away, so I don't have to get up that early. It's not like I'm getting ready. Although I might shower tonight. Maybe I'll shower in the next sprint and read. 'Cause although I'm gonna wanna shower after the thing, I'm, like, really gross, like, I'm on, like, day I need to shower, so I might shower tonight. I finished Fugitive Telemetry and just started The Shadow Was Lost, but I'm annoyed by the audiobook, there's a few differences. Yeah, I've been told that there are differences. I'm just gonna read along. It can't be worse than the Atlas 6, but I found some candy floss and I was on a sugar high at 5:25 AM. Living your best life over there. Maria, what are you reading? Are you reading in Unconquerable Sun right now for the live? I'm debating starting it. I wonder if I'm unsure if I'll make it for that live. It depends. I think if I finish how fast I finish my last couple books because I only actually have once I'm done the cavern, I have Interview with the Vampire and There's Someone Inside Your House as like required reads and then The Shadow of What Was Lost, but like I have till November 5th for that one. Also, I'm going to go to sleep when you start sprints again. It's midnight here. Well, good night, Clementine. Do you say Clementine or Clementine? I think it's Clementine, probably, right? Like ein instead of een. I want to make sure I'm getting it right. 60 pages into Conquerable Sun, so I need to get moving. Are you liking it so far? Like, are you intrigued at all, or are you not? I know, like, you don't read a lot of sci-fi, so I did buy the ebook for this, so like I wanted to originally read it in time for the live, and then I got myself into a lot of content. I stared at Tasty Golden Iron at Barnes& Noble, was so tempted to buy, but waiting for Broken Binding. This is the Adrian Chbosky, right? If I'm thinking of the right one. No, Alexandra Roland. It's really pretty. Clementine. I'm French, so you pronounce it differently. I took French for, I want to say 7 or 8 years, and I can barely say anything. How sad is that? I'm intrigued, but it's starting out a little sci-fi info dumping that is going over my head, but I think I'll like it when it gets going. I hope that's the case. I actually really hope you like it. I really do wanna read it so I can make it to the live. Me looking at my busy schedule, like, do I have time? Reading schedules get filled so fast and noisy if you don't read it in time. They really do. But I know, like, at least when I read it, I'm excited to go back to those lives. I made it to a couple of the, Ladies of Lady Trent series lives, and I loved your guys' discussions. So I will, like, definitely, like, when I read Unconquerable Sun, I will go back there. But when you read your pick for next 2 months, I'll be at that live because 'cause I've already read it. I won't say what it is because I don't think it's officially announced yet, but I will be there. Deb, you finished Night of the Mannequins? This book, the problem with Night of the Mannequins is I wanted creepy mannequins and I never got the creepy mannequins. Like, it's sold so badly. It's fair. I used to be able to speak Spanish, but can't anymore since I haven't practiced. I feel like I didn't know much to begin with. Like, I took it for 7 years, but, like, I just learned, like, very, very basics, and lots of it was more like I wanna say, like, grammar, less, like, speaking. Um, but yeah, I always wanted to be fluent in it. I keep, like I'll, like, try to I know everyone hates Duolingo, but I'll try Duolingo every once in a while to see if I can bring it back, but, like, I just wanna skip to being able to talk it, which is not how it works. You gotta put the work in. But it's so hard if you have no one to talk to. Like, I always thought, like, if I were gonna learn a language, I should learn Hebrew because my grandmother speaks Hebrew, but obviously that's, like, a really hard language to learn, but otherwise, when you have no one to, like, talk to in that language, how are you supposed to, like, keep it up, if that makes sense? I have a feeling I'll need you to be on my ranty side in the chat for the next club pick. I'll be on your side. I will be there. Same. I'm still for sure reading Ninth Reign, so I can't wait to get back and watch backlist discussion after. Yes. Yes, it was not what I expected. Well written for what he was going for, but I think not what I thought he'd be going for. Exactly. I think this really sums it up. I took 6 years of Spanish, somehow lost it anyways. It's so strange how languages work, not staying in your head. I learned French at school and stayed at a French family on exchange for 2 weeks and be pretty much fluent, but now I'm rubbish. I want to learn Gaelic. I forget how you say this. Yeah, really, it really is, like, practice really matters with them, but, like, some people pick up languages so fast. When I used to go on when we backpacked in Asia, my friend my best friend Shayna, she picked up all their language so quickly. She's fluent in Spanish, and she said, like, a lot of the words just were, like, similar enough that she could catch on. Like, they were different, but, like, um, just, like, similar enough. And since she'd already learned the one language, she could pick up on other languages so much faster, where, like, I had no idea. I, like, really struggle to pick up languages. I can read French okay. Like, my reading of French is definitely better than, like, my verbal French, but it's still just, like, basics. Like, I could probably read a kid's book in French and understand it. Probably, depending on, I'm talking like a child book, like a little kid, not like middle grade or anything, but like a little picture book, depending on how in-depth the picture book is. I took French in school and it comes back for reading comprehension if I put effort into it, but not good. Yeah, this is how I feel. Like, reading comprehension slightly if I put some effort into it, but not like I couldn't speak it. And when other people speak it, they speak too fast for me to get it. But it was the opposite for me. I tried to learn French, but kept confusing it with Spanish words. This would make sense. I don't think French and Spanish are as compatible, but I could be wrong. Where I know, like, some languages are very compatible with Spanish. But Speaking is the hardest for every language. After 7 years in the US, I still struggle with expressions and accents in English. This is good to know. I would have thought it would be, like, the opposite. For some reason, I would have assumed that reading is worse, but it makes more sense that English like, speaking is worse because, like, we obviously use a lot of slang and stuff in every single language and, like, different words for different reasons. But I was very thankful I spoke English when I traveled, and I couldn't imagine being someone who doesn't. When we were in Thailand, there was a couple times where we had to almost act as translators for people because with us, we had language barriers with the Thai people, but they at least understood some English. So at least we could communicate in, like, basic terms and, like, most of the time I knew what they meant, but there was a couple times where there'd be, the Thai person and then another person from a different country, and they'd be both trying to speak on their very limited English, and we sat there and we're like, "I know what that person means, and I know what that person means," so we had to, like, kind of be the, like, gateway to get them to understand. I could not imagine traveling countries not knowing a language. Like, I'm so thankful to have spoken English for that reason, and I, like, really, like, have props to people who travel the world and don't speak English, and I just, like, it's amazing what people do, and I'm not one of those people. My school had a class to explore various languages when you took, like, a month or 2 of each, and it was really bad decision because I continuously confused words between languages. Yeah, that would be really hard if you just, like, shuffled between them. It would kind of be cool, but very hard. Well, it makes sense, like, we're forced to take French from, like, 4 to 6 because obviously it's our second language here. Um, but when we got into older grades, you could choose what language to take if your school had more, like, from, like, 7 to 9, we had to take a second language. Most schools only had a French teacher, but, like, a couple of them would have a Spanish teacher or a Japanese teacher or something, and then high school mostly had, like, a couple different options you could take, and you didn't have to take any of them. But, like, I took French. I technically took French in kindergarten because I went to, like, a school that was half and half, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then I took it in grade 10 as well. So I did it for 9 years? I'm gonna say Quebec French, but I don't really know, but I'm definitely gonna say Quebec French. I also want to learn sign language and think that it would be a great skill, the basics like alphabet, pleasantries, and a few words. Sign language actually, like, would be such an amazing skill. Like, it is something. Reading Into the Drowning Deep, I was just thinking about how I should learn and how, like, it's crazy how many of us don't even attempt to learn. My best friend is Quebecois and says it's very different. I could definitely see that, why it would like, I can definitely see that it would be. Um, I should sprint again, shouldn't I? I should go shower in the sprint. Morning, night, all just waking up to go for work at 12:30 AM. Well, good morning and night, Sydney. Um, it's an early morning for work for you. Yes, although the basics are same, I can understand them different, definitely, but a lot of the words are different and expressions. This is interesting. I'm liking our conversation. I should sprint, but, like, this is a good conversation happening. As an English major in college, would take French, which annoyed me, but thankfully at least remembered some high school and test out a part of it. This is smart. Yeah, I work at Costco. Um, it was interesting to me because when I graduated, if I had taken French in 11 and 12, I could have taken a test And if I had passed the test, I could have been technically officially fluent in French, according to, like, the government of Canada. But I sat there in grade 10 and, like, my family told me to do it because they were like, "You should just keep taking it, like, you're so close." Um, and I remember sitting there and being like, "But there's no way I'm actually fluent. Like, there's no way that I will pass grade 12 and be like, I can speak French." Because I was like, I knew so, like, I don't think I knew more than I know now. Like, obviously I did because I knew a little bit more about, like, the grammar side of it, but, like, I thought it was so weird that I could just be, like, that easy, and people said it was a really easy test to pass, and they pretty much passed everyone who took it. I was just like, "There's no way, like, this has to be false." Quebec French is more slangy, less formal, right? We had French and Spanish around us. It was either French and Spanish or German. I went to Canadian French immersion school, which was France French, but I would have been done a Quebec quad trip at all. I wouldn't have been able to communicate well. I put Spanish on my resume and got grilled on it at a job interview, so now I'm scared. That is scary. Oh my god. I mean, I know it's like such a like I remember my mom saying like you should do it because like to have 2 languages is like a really like good skill for like resumes and stuff to have and for like certain jobs and it like gives you all that. But I was like, there's no way I can actually like talk French to someone after. Interesting. I think that this is about this. Should we read? And Clementine can go to sleep. I did 2 years in High of American Sign Language. That's amazing. We used to in our agendas have, like, the alphabet, so I used to know the alphabet, but I don't anymore. I can finger spell an ASL, but that's it. My college roommate sister was deaf, so I knew very little, but never kept up. Fair. Yeah, being bilingual is a great skill, but depending on the job, they might do an oral exam. I know, like, I got a B at GCSE, but that was in 1997. Yes, make me read, please. Okay, let's sprint. I will see you all in mm, should I do a short sprint? Should I do a long sprint? Because it probably will be my last one. Or do I do like 2 20-minute sprints? My aunt is deaf and she taught me some also, but I mostly know the bad words. Yeah, when I worked at all the Filipinos taught me all the bad words in Tagalog, so I can say lots of those words. Yes, long sprint. Okay, long sprint it is. Let's do a good 45-minute one. Oh, 220 actually. I'm okay with either. Oh no. Now it says long and 220. I need a tiebreaker. Maybe I'll be the tiebreaker. I'm gonna do a long one because I need to shower. Ooh, you're so close. So close. Okay, I'll see you all in 45. Dang, this book is getting tense. Good morning, Bex. How did everybody do? I read a couple chapters. I also showered and updated the blog. I'm tired though. Definitely calling it a night. Well, I'm probably gonna read on in bed, but like I'm gonna move to bed and shut everything off. Krista, how are you doing laundry at 2 a.m.? What is your life like? Like, are you a night owl? I'm tired too. 33 pages and more POVs have been added. Uh-oh. How many POVs are you at? I feel like I want text updates, but like also I haven't read this book. Made it to 85% in Wild as the Witch. Probably won't stay up long enough to finish, but we'll get close. That's fair. Well, you're up so early to finish in the morning, Deb. On chapter 44 of Carol Hunt, almost done getting so sleepy, but must keep reading. You're so close to the end. So close? Three PVs so far. They're both first person and third person. They do both? Interesting. That has me intrigued. My sleeping schedule was a mess, honestly. That's a mood. Mine is pretty steady right now. I've been sleeping more than I normally sleep. I'm just wanting to get this book finished. Also a mood, especially if you're not liking it. Are you liking it? I forget. Trying to remember what you're reading. I just know you're on a sugar high. I like 2 of the 3 so far, but unsure about one of them. It's the most sci-fi dumpy. There's always one character that always has to tell you it all, right? Yes, have 2 short reads I wanna read for the rest of Becca's sprints, but I can finish this too. Yeah, you can do it. I believe in you. I'm proud of you for sleeping more. I know, I'm turning into a grandma like you. I love it. I don't love it. Sleep is for the weak. I hate sleeping. It's like a waste of my time, but I definitely have been sleeping more. Oh, it's the surprise trilogy. Yes, this makes sense. If I were you, I just wanna be done it too. Especially considering you thought it was just a standalone. Yes, embrace the grandma life. Honestly, my grandmothers are like I laugh because we make fun of, like we're always like, "Oh, like, you go to bed early, grandma." My grandparents stay up so late because they're retired and they have no reason to wake up. Like, they'll full on text you at, like, 11:30 at night as if, like, you should be up too and reply to them. And I'm like, "You guys, you do you." Deb, I like sleep. It just doesn't always like me. I wish we could multitask during sleep. Yes, me too. Then sleep wouldn't be so wasteful. I could just feel like nothing happens. I just like go to bed, I close my eyes, and then I wasted 9 hours and I don't get to feel any of it. I just like wake up, like time didn't pass. It just like went in the blink of an eye. Mine actually go to bed at 8 p.m. like the stereotype. Fair. I think that my grandparents on the other side too probably don't go to bed at 8 p.m. because they're also wild. Honestly, I think it's a family trait. We just all hate sleeping. Like, we'll full on be at our lake with all my family, and my grandfather will be like one of the last people asleep. Dream reading a book so you could actually download the book into your consciousness and experience. That would be awesome. Agreed. Thinking big, Deb. I like it. Oh, mine are the same. They're up until 12 most nights. Like, at least my gran will sleep until, like, 9, but my granddad gets up around the same time as me. That's my parents. My parents will go to bed at, like, midnight, 2 a.m., and be up at, like, the crack of dawn, and I'm just like, "What is wrong with you guys?" Maybe you're all vampires. But maybe. And night terrors happen, which is crap. Yeah, they're definitely crap. Need to change colors. They don't need sleep, do they? Don't vampires still technically need to sleep? They rest. They just rest in coffins. Maybe it's just Edward then. I guess some of them just don't sleep. Depends which vamp lore you read. I'm making a genre blanket. I have been working on it for a really long time. And I'm all the way in April. Actually, I'm in May. I keep saying I'm in April. I'm at Smut Den, so I'm in May. Good question. Given that they're not really alive, one would imagine they don't need sleep to sustain their life. I think they don't need sleep to sustain their life, but in lots of the lore, they just sleep during the day. They like because there's nothing else to do. Because they can't be in the sun. I need to go update my spreadsheet. I want to order yarn for my next year's blanket, and I just don't know where to order from. I'm not happy with like the color. Like we just don't have a lot of yarn at the stores here that I go to, so I was thinking I'd order online and then I could like just get colors that way. But I think I'm gonna change up the way I do the genre blanket next year. I think I'm gonna do lots of different colors. Like this year, I only did 5 colors, and they're like tight categories. I'd rather assume they're asleep in their coffin than just sitting in the coffin board all day. Agreed. Blackout curtains and Netflix slash Disney Plus. I think that would be modern vampires. That's what they're doing. What happens if you're a claustrophobic vampire? If you read Interview with a Vampire, they talk about this. There is a vampire. This man is claustrophobic, and then he has to get into a coffin. That's the only part of Interview with the Vampire that I've read so far. And it was fascinating. You think a country that gets the cold would have lots of yarn? Yeah. I think we have yarn stores, like specific yarn stores, but I just go to Michael's. I mean, if I was a vampire, I'd probably sleep anyway because I have all the time in the world. Yes, I probably am not supposed to spoil that, but there's only 19 people here and she'll never know. But yes, no one trusts me with secrets. I use Stylecraft yarn for my tent blankets. Love that yarn is lovely and cheap. To know if you can get that. Take a picture of this. Thanks. Because yeah, like this year I did 5 categories and like romance is one, um, which counted like fantasy romance and dark romance and contemporary romance, just anything like romance heavy. Um, and then I made scary one, which is like horror and thrillers, and then like there's fantasy, adult fantasy, and then there's YA fantasy, and then there's like sci-fi and other. But I was thinking maybe I'll break it up into even smaller categories than that and do like lots of colors. Because in the end, like I was like, oh, I only want to do certain colors, so I didn't have to buy so much yarn. But I ended up using so many of the same color. I was like, it doesn't really matter if it's the same color or if it's a different ball of yarn. Shh, no one will know exactly. But I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do it next year because last year I read a lot of YA fantasy, and this year I've read 3 according to this blanket, but not a lot because I've read more since then, but still not a lot. So I think I have to split adult fantasy. By multicolored, I mean I'm still going neutrals. Like I'll do like a white, a cream, 3 different shades of brown, some grays, greens and blues are good. I just hate bright colors. Like it's not that I don't hate color, like I like colors, but I like softer colors. Like I don't like bright colors. Although I went through a phase where I wore neon colors like crazy. But it's mostly book covers. I just don't like bright book covers. But I do like my neutral in general. That seems way more on brand. Yeah, like it'll just be a bunch of neutrals. Not like bright colors. But I was like, maybe next year I'll do like indie fantasy to split up my fantasy as a color. I don't know. I need like something to split up fantasy because I just read so much fantasy. So I think like 60% of what I've read this year is fantasy. Maybe breakout indie. I was literally about to suggest that. I don't put DNFs here because I don't count DNFs as read. Like ugh, eyeball got itchy. I don't count DNFs anywhere on my stats. Don't matter if it was 10% DNF or an 80% DNF. I did not read that book according to my stats. So I didn't put DNFs on here, but I know some people do. Some people have a color just for DNFs. Fantasy by size range is also a smart one. I still have like a lot of time to decide what I'm doing, but I'm really scared because like when I was doing this regularly, I was paying attention to the colors I was reading. So I was, like, kind of like, I read a bunch of fantasy here, and then I didn't like the way this looked in, like, this big chunk. So I started kinda, like, really mixing up my reads. This has also got bigger at time. Oops. Um, I've been mixing out my I've been mixing up my reads a lot, and so you see that all the way through here, and then I stopped doing it, and I know that I'm about to just come after Smut Den. I'm pretty sure it's, like, pure fantasy for 3 months. So I'm just about to have a big chunk of blanket that is just pretty much fantasy. Oh, yeah, I was updating this on my spreadsheet. That's what I was doing, fantasy by size, arranged fantasy by years. Because I have, like, a little check mark on my compile spreadsheet to see if I did the blanket or not yet. Yeah, after this, I'm about to hit 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's young adult. Solid. I'm gonna hit 3 adult fantasies, and then I'll hit a YA fantasy, but then it's like, ooh, House Across the Lake is a thriller. Okay, I have a couple that are gonna split it up. It's not terrible. I have a count of DNS in my stats, but don't count some other stats. Yeah, a lot of people do it that way. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna go to bed. So, thank you all for joining me for a couple hours on these lovely little sprints, and, I'll see you guys all another day. Maybe tomorrow, who knows? You never know over here. I'll, keep people updated on how boxing goes tomorrow. I'm scared. Very, very scared. Good night, friends, and good morning if you're in the UK.